Happening, troops! So, I am currently setting up for tonight. I promised somebody in the guild I would show them how to set up a pile of add-ons to improve their gameplay and performance. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. I'm also listening to 30 Seconds to Mars Hurricane. Because why not? It is an amazing song. 6 minutes, 12 seconds of a track. Epic. Anyway. Oh, look, there's that little recorder. Cool. Can I move that? It is a recorder, isn't it? It is. So. Move that over there. Move that to there. I am just sort of adjusting the stuff for tonight. So details, method trade tools, I'll put that all up there. Guild roster manager, that's something for me. Simcraft, weak horrors, and Hakili. They're all stuff that I want to be talking about tonight. This character is literally been at level 60. I dinged it to 60, parked it up and left it because I wasn't interested in playing it. It's my evoker. But I do need to start doing some things with it. That's that module there. Hey, could go with just Tiffy. Tiffy works as well, man. Right, so this is part of this load. Never. I don't want to load this recorder just now because it's part of my guild recorder that I'm building for everyone in the guild. Because, yeah, why not? Let's see. That's went live. That's showing that. Hey! Everyone be live. And Alashki's just charging his phone. Happy days. Right. So that gets rid of that. I'm going to move that to there. I'm going to take this character back to where it belongs. Let's move all that into the bank first. Do a quick swap over of some items. It'll also let me see what's not on my list, because I need to go and vendor that stuff now. I really hope that my Hearthstone's set to somewhere decent as well. If not, I'm going to be kind of fucked to the next part. Right, so that's that part. Right, so this is a kind of common thing I get asked, like, how do you improve DPS? How do you pick talents? How do you know what to do when doing keys, doing raids? How to sort of improve playstyle? And the way that I'm able to switch between so many characters and specs and classes is using add-ons. Not everything, however, can be managed by add-ons. Wait 1 second. I just realised something. Because I turned my PC off the other day there, my lighting sources have all sort of changed. So my key light and fill light, well, not quite the right balances. Anyway, I get asked quite regularly from folk in the guild and even people on stream, how do you do better? How do you get better at the game? And a lot of it comes down to practicing rotations, getting to know your character classes, and building a lot of it up. The other part is actually knowing your rotation to begin with. How do you get to know a rotation if you've never actually played that class? And that's what we're going to cover tonight. We're going to set up the add-ons. Once Alaska comes on, then I will stream on here so that he can follow along at what I'm doing and we'll talk it out. But if anybody else wants to know how to do this, how to set it up, then yeah, look, feel free to ask questions. Now, one of the things I'm actually going to do is I'm going to use the default UI, because one of the other things that gets brought up is, well, I don't want to use Elf UI. How can I make my setup work with the standard things? And again, that's pretty easy to do, and I'll cover that. So the one that I'm doing tonight has got absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with Elf UI. It is going to be the vanilla WoW, or not vanilla, but the modern WoW UI, and I'm going to use that as my initial thing. So I'm going to go into King's Landing because there's probably people want to come on. I've got myself muted, so anybody that does want to come in and chat away, feel free to do so. Also, for those that are on Discord, we've got 3 new music bots. We added some more because I was getting complaints that, oh, I can't use the music room because somebody else is using it. I don't want to listen to their music. I want one. Okay, yes, I get it. Thanks. So we have now got more music bots. I'll try to look at the contrast and colour. I look a bit fucking windswept in that one. Right. Anyway, so so whilst I wait for Alaska to get here, I am going to fly my ass over to the training dummies, because a lot of what we're going to do tonight will take place by the training dummies. I'm going to use the ones in Ogrimmar because, well, I've not done anything with this character yet. I've not taken it up to 70, and I don't have any aspirations of playing it anytime soon. I've got other characters I want to move over that are going to be more important to me than this one. The only thing I will say about using the standard UI is it makes things like details sort of stick out like it doesn't belong. Edit mode. I'm just having a look at this. I've never actually played with the new one since they updated it. But essentially what this is the exact same concept as Elf UI, except it's meant to be more sort of user friendly now. And what we are going to do is we're going to move a lot of this shit about on here. Now this is it all stacked as if it was placed on top of itself. Interesting enough, you can actually move everything. This is going to be pretty cool. I'm going to copy this just whilst I wait. What do you call it? Test mode. I'm going to make it a character specific one because it is the only one I'm going to use on this fecker. Yes, I've got it. What's everyone else up to? God, you seem very talkative tonight. Hello? Hello? Anyone out there? Do we have all the add-ons on that I need on? I think so. Just got to reload the UI. So after changing pretty much anything in the game, you should always look at reloading your UI. I can already see something I'm going to change about all this, because my character profile is a bit on the far extremities, and I want to change that. So a lot of what I'm going to cover is to do with bringing things into focus, bringing it into a place that it is visible, because things like, so it's currently got my profile picture down here, which most people when they play the game are looking at this area here. So if you imagine a radius bubble around this area, that's where you're looking. You're not looking up here, you're not looking necessarily down here, or you shouldn't be, and you're not looking up around this area. So everything on the outer edges you don't look at. Stuff you do look at is here, because you're looking at your character and your peripheral vision, that's the outside of the eye, glances over and can detect movement at these sort of points. It's why actually esports competitors use smaller monitors than most gamers will, because most people think big monitor means get more shit on screen, but there might be more shit on the screen. However, what happens is your peripheral vision ignores everything on the outside and only focuses on that inner circle. So smaller monitors means that you actually see more of the monitor. There you go. Or at least that's the theory. And for the most part, it's true. I know that from my own experience. Why is that way down there? That it does work. It always sounds like you're saying I kill you whenever you're talking about Hikili. So we're going to go over how to set up an overlay, how to put your action bars and stuff together, and just generally making this a more user-friendly experience. Blizzard's UI had only been updated this year from its sort of standard look. It's the first time it's had a major update in a long time. There was a couple of minor tweaks that happened at one point, which was adding like your bags and your socials down the bottom here. But that was sort of the first time that's all been changed since one turnaround. The game has not really had anything done to it for a long time in terms of UI. So the first UI update was just before the expansion, and it was to include a lot of the features that people were doing through things like Bartender and Elf UI. The things that people had decided were core things need to be updated in the game. Just let them know that I's all good, I set up. Oh, brag's on. Brag. Do that. So's Nog. Actually, is he in a dungeon? He's not. Right, so yoink. Yes. Is he going to accept it? I just want to get him to do something. There's a lash on. I think he's maybe away getting dinner or something. Hey, there's a lash on. Just bear with me 1 second, pal. Yes, I am here. Hang on. Yeah, I'm on Twitch, mate, because a lot of this will be helpful if you can see what I'm talking about. No. If you look at Twitch, you'll be able to see what my screen currently looks like. And then we'll go through this sort of bit by bit to build everything up. Yeah, that's, I think we streamed them tonight. What is slamming? Yep, that's fine. Right, so the first thing that we probably need to do is, are you using the standard Blizzard UI, so the user interface that looks like what this does? No, I'm asking, do you use Elf UI or do you use just the normal UI? Okay, that's fine. So what we're going to do then is we're going to talk firstly about moving some of this around to make it a bit easier to get information when you're doing things like keys and raids and all the rest of it. Because the way this is currently set up, which is probably very similar to yours, is it's not very user friendly. So the first thing that we want to do is you want to go into your options and go into interface. Sorry, not interface. Give me a second. Oh, action bar. That's the one I was looking for. And make sure that you tick action bar 2. We'll turn on 3. We'll put on 4 and we'll put on 5. Yes. And we'll also include the tick that says show number for cooldown. So that basically means that when a spell's on cooldown, it'll have a number on it, sort of ticks down. That's the first bit. Just for a quality of life thing, if you go into controls and make sure that you have ticked auto loot. It's in controls. So on the left hand side, instead of action bars, click controls. Halfway down, you'll see one that says auto loot. Loot, yes. Tick it. No, you don't need a key. So it's just the one that says auto loot, put a tick inside it. Happy with that bit so far? Okay. If you can actually share your screen at all on Discord, I would make it a bit easier. If you can't, then we'll just try and work through what we can. Are you using your phone to be able to talk? It's okay, we'll just work with it the way it is. Right, so now we've got all these extra bars that should sort of look like what mine does, except without my head on it. So do you have something that looks a bit like this? So you've got bars down the sides and ones all on the bottom. Or are yours... That's fine. We'll get to that bit in a minute. That's sort of one of the later parts that we do. Right, the next thing we need to do is move things around your screen to make them a bit better to look at. Now, don't worry too much about where details is just now. It's got to be one of the things we deal with at the end. Down at your chat box in the bottom left, if you mouse over the one that says General and right click it, you can then go into edit mode. And you'll get something that looks a bit like this, which you'll see on my stream in a second. Now, what I've done is I've ticked all of these just now, but I'm going to untick them. Because we want to sort of build this up bit by bit. It's not you're going to remove it. If you just untick them just now. And what we're going to do is move things into slightly better positions. Now, the way that when people play the game is you naturally will look at the area that you can see my mouse going around just now on the screen. So this is what's known as your focal point. It's the area that you focus on. Which means that everything on the left and on the right and along the top and in the corners, you never really look at. Unless it's something that you go and look at because you're looking for a bit of information. But ideally, everything that you're going to be working with as your main things wants to be in this sort of section here. So the first thing we want to do with that in mind is take our character frame itself and reposition it so that it's at a slightly better placement. Now, it's up to you where you put it, but try and have it, like I says, it's in with that area that you're going to be looking at, if that makes sense. Happy with that bit? Yeah, no worries. So the next one that we want to do then is your target and your focus target. So this is essentially the person that you're targeting. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move mines so that it's on the opposite side from... Yep. So it's sort of in the same level, similar distance from the sides. Because again, this is in the centre area that we're looking at. So instead of you're looking away over to the left to see your health bar, and then away over to the right to see the enemy, they're now sort of central to where you are. And I just need to move that in one more square. Yep. So you're happy with that bit? Right, next option is the one that says party frames. If you turn that on, this is if you're in a group, it shows who's in your party. Just now it's a way off to the left. You've got no idea if you're doing dungeons, what their health's at, and the sort of state of your party. It's always important to know when healers have got mana and when people's healths are dipping, because there's spells that you can use to help them. And we'll cover that later on. So what I tend to do is I bring mines slightly closer to where I am, but sort of just up from me. So I've still got this bit in the middle that I can see what the enemies are doing, but it's on that left side of where I would naturally look. So within that centre area. It's up to you if you want to put it somewhere else though, but that's where I tend to have mines. I make it a lot easier for me to see. Happy with that bit? The next thing to do, or I would do, is I would use the raid style party frames by ticking the box, and then it puts them into a little stack. Which then means instead of seeing a very small health bar, is you just see the party as it is. And this is then up to you how big you want it, like how wide. So I've got mine sort of probably slightly wider and a little bit bigger so that I can see it more clearly. And taller, yes. So, yep, so that's how I'm going to use mines. So that one there. And this is sorted currently by group. I'm going to change it to sort it by role. The reason for that is because I want it to put my tanks and healers above my DPS. If you were playing as a healer, you probably want to change this so that it was a horizontal line, so healers are better with that sort of design. And they could put that in this area in the centre screen, because a healer's main focus is to heal the group, so in the middle. Because we're not, I would recommend stacking them up and just putting them somewhere along that sort of side area. I'm going to move mine up a bit. I'll go about there, I reckon. Does that make sense? So what we've got just now is our own health down the bottom, our character frame, with our target on the other side, and our party on the left. Okay. You could have a border around it if you want. I don't think there's really much need for a border. It's just taking up more space and it starts to become a bit cluttered. All good? Yeah. Next one is the raid. Raid frames. This is more important for when we are doing raids. Again, same thing though. we probably want to, so you need to click on it, so tick it. We're going to change it to a 25-man raid because it's got more groups in it. And then you can decide how you want to divide it up in the size and everything, where you want to put it. I tend to have my raid over here. So bear in mind, whenever we're in a party, it comes up with party frames, and then whenever we're on the raid, it'll come up with a raid frame. So when we do raid on Wednesday night, this is how you're going to know what group you're in and stuff. So I've put it to 25. You can toggle it to 10, but you're probably better working with 25 because just now our raid group sort of goes between 15 to 20 just now. So if we base it on the size of a 25-man group, then it will make it a bit easier. And you want to do the same sort of thing with this as you did with your party. Adjust the width of it to make it a little bit bigger and the height of it so that it makes it a bit easier to see who it is. Now the way that I want mines to be split up is by separating my groups horizontal. So it goes along the way. Yep. So that puts the group number on it. However, to make it a bit easier and a bit tidier, I actually don't want to know the group numbers. So I'm going to have it as combined groups horizontal. Now this is up to you how you want yours to look. This is just the way I like mines. So I can now see the raid group, which has got 5 people across. So that top line on mines is group 1, and that's the 5 people within group 1. So I always work from left to right, top to bottom. So top row being my group, and it sort of builds down. Again, this is up to you how you want yours to look. But what this will do is it will show you the health of your raid group and make it a bit easier to spot people. I'm going to make mine a lot wider because I want it to sort of be the same size as I would normally have it on Elf UI. So whenever I'm normally raiding, this is the size I would sort of have it using my normal raid profile. And I'll make it a little bit fatter. So it's a bit more obvious because you want to be able to look over and see how everyone's doing in the raid, because as a demon hunter, you've got a really good spell that helps mitigate damage, which is called Darkness. And it's something that we'll look at whenever we start building your rotation up. Are you quite happy with that so far? The way I want to sort my group is by group. So I've told it is combine groups and sort by group. And I want it to have 5 per row because there's 5 people in a group. Yep, happy with that. So we can now toggle that one off because we're finished playing about with it. I've done that one. Your stances bar. Now, this is something that as a paladin I would use, but in most cases it's not something you need to see or use on a regular basis. So I tend to move this out my way because I don't need to see it actively. So I'm going to move my stances bar up to the top of my screen. And I'm going to put it roughly about there just now. This is up to you where you want to put it though, but it's not something that I actively use. And once you set your stance, so warriors can switch stances and paladins can switch their stance to different things. Generally speaking, you don't use it much. Yeah. So if you stick it up out the way, it's probably a good place, like it says. Pet battle bar, again, it's not something you're going to use on a regular basis. And the same principle, I'm moving mines up out my way because I don't need it. The only time that a pet bar is really used is on things like hunters and I was going to say warlocks. But for this part, I'm moving it out my way because I'm not going to use it. It might be something you might need to move back in the future, but for just now, I'm getting out my road. So that takes care of that one. The next one is buffs, which is up at the top right next to your mini-map. And for the most part, it's actually fine up there because you don't need to see it, you don't need to know about your buffs. We use weak auras and stuff to check when they're active and when they're not active. Happy with that bit? No, they're fine where they are. You can just leave them up there. And yeah, they work where they are. They always have done. What we might want to do though, to sort of make it a bit easier, is you can... Can you move the size of your mini-map? No, you can't. Never mind. The next one, however, is debuffs. So when you've been attacked by something, you get a debuff on you. Some debuffs can be removed, others can't. For the most part, I don't do anything with my debuffs because I just know to glance up at it, and it's not too far out of that centre area that we spoke about to sort of then glance over to that corner to see any debuffs that's kind of up. Does that make sense? So debuffs is harmful effects and things that can sometimes be removed either by you doing something or by avoiding a mechanic in the future. Okay. The next part is then boss frames. So if we tick it, I'm going to hide those ones just so that we sort of tidy up what we're looking at. So boss frames, which looks like this just now, are little ones down the side. Now, if you think about certain fights where there is more than one boss, in the current raid, there's a council fight, which you need to swap targets. So this is where we probably want to bring this a bit more into focus. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn back on my party frame, and I kind of want this to be equally over at the side from, yeah. What I'm going to also do is I'm going to use larger frames because I want to be able to see them a bit clearer. And the way I've selected mine is I want to use the larger ones because I feel it's easier, because if I need to be able to read the name of something because I want to switch target, it makes it easier to read it. And what I've done is I don't want its cast bar to be next to it. I want its cast bar to be underneath so that I know which one it is. It's just my personal preference. It's up to you how you want your cast bars to show up. It's more to do with whenever you need to kick things. And like I said, I've put mines so that it's going above the target of my target. So the way that these ones work is you've got yourself over here, you've got your enemy, and then your enemy's enemy, if that makes sense. So I've put the boss frames just above that so that I can see them and I can see who they're targeting, and they're in that sort of centralised area. I'll maybe just move it out slightly. Yeah, I'll go for about there. Happy with that bit? The HUD tooltip, it's always been fine down the bottom, but what you might want to do is just move it so that it's not over these bars on the left. So whenever you mouse over something, it will give you a tooltip of information. I'm just moving mine out a bit because I don't want it to sit over my action bars. Next one, your cast bar. This is your cast bar, so it makes sense that it's sort of in the centre, because then you can see when your spells are casting and when you need to stop. However, I'm just going to move mine further down because I want it to just be above my frames, just for ease. If you wanted, you could put it so that it's directly under your own character, so it's locked to it and then you know it's yours. However, I keep it in the middle so that it's more visible. Happy so far? Actually, I'm going to move that just above that, so it's the encounter bar is underneath. So some fights will have an encounter bar that comes up for different things that you need to see. So again, it's somewhere in the middle. Extra abilities as well is normally to do with specific bosses and things that's kind of going on. So I'm just going to try and move my chat out of it. I'm going to move my extra abilities over to here. Extra abilities tends to be things like a special use function. Yep. The next one, the talking head. This is the dialogue box that pops up when things are kind of happening and folks talking. I'm going to put mine up at the top so that it is up out my way, because for the most part I don't need to see the, you know how whenever you get like a cutscene cinematic sort of thing, but it's not a full cinematic and a head will pop up and it'll start talking to you. There's some that you can't. So the head will pop up and it'll come up with like a picture of the person talking and a little text box next to it. Again, I put mine out of the way. It's up out of the way. Extra vehicle button, which is to dismount out your vehicle. The arena one, in case you are going to do any arenas, I treat that in the same way as I would treat the boss one. So I would put them over the top of that area. Yeah, so I would move it over the top of the same area that you've got the... Do you see what I mean? And maybe... Yeah, and maybe make them a bit bigger as well, just so that, again, they're more visible. So it means then that things are sort of stacking in around the same area. Yeah, no worries. You're right, dude. Yeah, I'm just streaming for Alaska to be able to see how to sort of build up his UI, and then we're going to do his action buttons. and build up his character. Okay, so have you put it where you want it? Yep. The last one is just the look window. I'm going to move mine up to the top left of my screen because I don't need to see my look window. Again, it's one of those luxury things, but because you've got auto look ticked, it'll sort of pop up and disappear just as quickly as you've done it. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, you'll need to save it before you exit out of it. So are you got to the same part that I'm at just now? Last one is the quest objective box. All you want to do is kind of make sure it's in an area that it's not going to overlap on things. I've got mine to the side because it's quite helpful over there anyway. Okay. Once you're finished, just make sure you click save so that everything goes to where you kind of anticipate it to go. Stop working. And then you should be able to just close this down. So that's now kind of put your action bars and everything in a slightly more easier place to look at. Happy with all that? Right, what we'll do is, because Discord's starting to get busy now, is we will jump down to Winterfell, so that we're kind of out the way. Alright guys, as well. Hello. Right, just waiting for Lashy to catch up. Two seconds to reply back to Bragg. Right. So that's us got the basics of your UI set up. So it should be a little easier for you to now pick out information, be able to see your targets and all the rest of it. Happy with that? Right. Next thing we need to do is we need to get the talent builds and stuff for your character. So we need to start with the talents before we start doing your actions. Now, the best thing to do is we're going to use a website called Subcreation. No, not Wowhead. We're going to use Subcreation. I will link it into Discord. So that there is the link. I'm not sure if Bragg's watching this. Hang on. You're right. Bragg, you were asking me about the talents thing, weren't you? Yesterday. That's... Well, that's the part I'm just about to cover. If you want to jump down, I can explain it as we're going through it. Cool. I will be in a minute, yeah. Cool. Bragg's got to join us for the next part. Because he was asking about this as well. Oh dear. You're right, dude. Oh, fucking hell, everyone's coming. Right, I've got this on stream as well, Bragg, so it'll make it a bit easier to watch along. So you can see what's going on. I've got this broadcast on Twitch so that folk can watch along as well. No worries. If you just let me know once it's up, just remember mute the stream, because otherwise you'll hear double amount of information. Right, I've put a link in Discord which takes you to this website. This is called Subcreation. And this is what we're going to use to find our talents that we want to use for your characters. Guild chat and yeah. Right, everyone managed to find that part and we're at this stage. Cool. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to start with the raid build stuff. So for the raid, it is the Vault of Incarnates. So you click on that. Along the top where it's got the grey bar, you want to come along until you find whatever class that you come under. So if you're a tank, you click on the drop down for tanks. Healers, we go for theirs. Melee, which when you drop on it, you'll find the likes of a Havoc Demon Hunter. So I'll ask you, that's the one you're looking for. For me, I am looking for a shitty Evoker, which is that one. So once you've selected your class and playstyle, it'll take you to a page similar to this one. Bragg, are you with us as well? Yeah. Because we're trying to do this as a general build, so rather than it being specific to every boss, what we want to then do is we want to click on Heroic Build. So next to where it's got the bosses, select Heroic and make sure that it's got all bosses highlighted. So it's a general, all-round sort of good build for your class in a Heroic raid on any of the bosses. Next part is underneath it, you'll find a bit as you come along the headings, it says Full Tree. Click it and it will then take you down the page a bit. And you'll see loads of fucking icons. You the same bit, Bragg? Now, this is where you'll find common trends. So by clicking on the overview percentage on the right hand column, you can click it so that it's got the higher number of people and the percentage is higher for the overall. So that top one for me, the reason that these things exist or these builds are so popular is because there's a good chance that this is information that people have taken from Icy Veins and Wowhead. It's the common build that people use. It doesn't mean that it's the best for performance build to use. I personally always go for the column that says max DPS and put it with the highest value at the top. It might not have the most number of people using it, but it seems to suggest that actually your output on DPS should be a little bit higher. Yeah, I would always spec for high DPS, mate. Alaski, you've the same bit? Sorry, what was that? I missed that. Alaska, are you with us? Okay, so I've sorted mine so it's got the max DPS and it's the one that's a higher value. So as I look down, I can see that they go down in value. Now all I want to then do is click on the copy button for that top one. And then it'll come up with a little window, looks a bit like the data string. Hold in Control and C on your keyboard, which is the shortcut for copy. You can click OK once you've done that to take it off your screen, and then go back into the game. Press N on your keyboard to bring up your talent tree by default, and then on the bottom left corner there's a drop down. You click it and click on Import. It will then ask for your import text, which is that line of data that we just tamed from the website. Press Ctrl and V and it'll put a random pile of letters in the box. Yes, yep. And then there'll be a box pops up. In the import text part, click Ctrl V once you've clicked in it, and it will come up with random letters in that box. Then give it a name. I'm going to call mine Raid, and then in brackets, I'm going to call it Heroic. So that I know that that's the build that I want to use whenever I'm doing raiding. Happy with that? Click Import, and as if by magic, all those abilities will then be imported into the game and set for you. All good? At some point, we'll want to go back and do the exact same thing, except we'll do it for doing keys. So we'll go back to the top of the website on sub creation. Click on the Mythic Plus banner. And again, find your class in the drop downs. And to make it easy, go for all dungeons and then click full tree. Again, the same thing you can either do as an overall, like what's the most common build, or you can do it by the key level they're doing. For this one, I would probably go with the most common build, opposed to key level just now, unless you're really going to try and push 20 and above keys. Even I'm not going to be going for above 20 keys. There's no value or reward in it apart from flexing your muscles. I would go for the overall on these ones. So once you've got the overall one, yeah, on you go. Yes, yes. So once you've got the overall and the highest value one, again, same thing, copy it, copy the string, OK it, into the game, click the drop down in the talent tree, click import, paste the text, give it a name. And I'm going to call mine Mythic Plus. And then click OK. Is everyone kind of happy with that and how it's sort of built up? If you were going to go and do things like Battlegrounds, you could in theory do the same sort of thing, but you need to use a different website for it. But yeah, that's totally different. But that should now be inside your talents. You should now have a raiding set and a mythic set. So depending on what you're doing, depends on what one you select. I'm going to select the raid first because I want to build my my abilities based around raiding. All good so far? Right, this is now where we're going to start laying out our action buttons, and we're going to use Hakili to help us. So the first thing you want to do is find the Hakili button and left click on it. So it'll be up around your minimap somewhere. So left click it and make sure it's enabled. Select single target because we want to build in a single target rotation first. And take off all the cooldowns and covenant options. So you just left click, unselect everything apart from that first option, which is putting into single target. Happy so far? So make sure you've got the add-on turned on. So it's a little kind of red and gold icon. Should be up around your minimap. You might need to move your icons around your map a little bit to spread them out so that you can see it better. You got it? I'm going to send you an invite as well. Yeah. Bragg, you want an invite? Do you find it? Yes. Okay, so make sure that it's set to single target, and the part that says toggles, all of them are turned off, and all the bits underneath are turned off as well. So, no, left click. So by left clicking it, it will give you a little mini pop-up window. Okay, so mine's is set to do that on right click, so maybe try doing yours the other way around. Have you got that? So when you right click on it, what happens? Right click it. Yep. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. So what you want to do then is make sure that it's enabled. Make sure that it's selected for single target just now. And then you want to turn off everything else that's underneath that. So you just need to keep going into it, clicking each of the options to turn them off. Okay. The next thing to then do is, so yours is left click to bring up the big panel window. So you want to bring up the big window so that we can then make a couple of adjustments. So once you've got the big panel up, we're going to move the icons around so that it's between your target frames. Remember how we put your target frames left and right of your character earlier? The only one we're really interested in moving is the primary one, because the rest of them will sort of sync over the top of it anyway. So you click onto primary, and then you want to wait to find the option. So on the left hand side, come down under the display setting into primary, and then up in the top click on main. And then if you come down a little bit further, you'll see it's got position, and it's got the X and Y coordinates of where you want to position it. And what you want to do is just adjust those coordinates so that that primary button sort of sits halfway between your profile picture and a target's profile picture. So if you click on anything in the game, it will show you a target. And it's mostly going to be your Y coordinate that you'll need to adjust. There's a little slide bar. You can move it by dragging it left and right to put it to where you want. And it will move it up and down your screen. Happy with that? Yeah, no worries. So you've put the position of it so that it sits between your target and your profile picture. Yep, happy days. The next thing then is we want to go into the visibility tab. And make sure that for the purpose of this is that the advanced option is turned on. For me, I like to hide mines whenever I get mounted up onto any of my mounts so that it's not always visible on my screen. It's only there when I want it to be. Currently, your default should be set to 1. Is that correct? So we'll leave that as 1. Combat is 1. So when you go into combat, it will start up. And same with your target. What we can do later is we can turn it off when you don't have a target or you're not doing anything. So it means it only pops up when you're actually starting to attack things. Then the next one we want to go into, just give me a sec to think about this. Go back into main, and where it says icons show. So the tab that had main, where you adjusted it. Yep. Drag it all the way up to 10 just now. We want to see as many icons as we can for what we're about to do. and then you can close it. Now, you're going to have to come out to a training dummy so that we can actually start building up your rotation. If you come to Ogrimmar, where I am, there's training dummies up here. The other thing you'll notice, so because we're in a party, you'll see the little green pictures for our characters on the left where we put them. Mine's is a slightly duller green than what yours is. That means that you're out of range of me just now. So when you get close to me, you'll see that the green picture becomes a more brighter green like your own. What I'm going to do, just because if I don't move this just now, it'll be just a little bit complicated. I'm going to move him up for a second. I'll move it back down once I'm finished. Are you still using the default UI, Bragg? I mean, you can have a watch over how to edit all this. I've done it at the start of the video. It'll be on YouTube. You can look over it if you want to at some point. No, just the standard UI. Like, you can really customize it to sort of look like Elf UI in a way. Oh, Slemmon's still over there. He's Warlock. And the next part is everyone's favourite, stripping out all your action bars and buttons. Yeah. So she said. I couldn't help myself. Who's laughing? No, not really. Go hide that, I don't need it. Yep. No, it should actually keep, for the most part, most of your spells in place. There is a way that you can tell it to do it as well. I just can't quite remember how that bit works. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, if you just strip out your action bars. And then once you've done that, if you let me know. Just 1 second, because Draven's asking me something very quickly that I promised I would do for him. Just bear with me 1 minute. Right. And bring that back up. So the first thing that we're going to have to do, now that we've got no action buttons on any of this on the left, sorry, on the right of your screen or down the bottom, is we're going to have to give them keybinds. The way we do that is hit escape, go into options, come down to keybinds, and I'm going to use character specific keybind. Sorry, I'm not going to use character specific keybinds. I want it to be generic, so that they're all the same. I'm actually going to tick it because I don't want it to mix my LFUI one. And then you have the quick keybind mode, which just is going to make this so much simpler to do. So what you'll have is something that kind of looks like mine's just now, and all these have been lit up. And what we want to do is strip out any of the current key bindings that's in them. So to do that, you hit escape and it removes any keybind settings that they have. You can leave the default ones all on the bottom. And if you've got a really fancy mouse with buttons on the side of it, this actually makes it a lot easier, but not to worry. Right, how are we getting on? You mouse over each icon one at a time and hit escape, and it will delete the buttons. You can leave the bottom row because by default it's normally 1 all the way through to equals on your keyboard, and for the purpose of this we'll leave it as that. Yeah, no worries, bug. Yeah. Does that help you though with the sub creation thing? Cool. Cool. Right, so I'll ask you, the next thing we want to do is we want to assign keybinds to each of these. Now, the bottom row, which is 1 through to equals, this will be known as our primary action button. The middle row is going to be our major cooldown and defensive bar. Happy with that bit? So the middle bar, we will refer to it as our cooldowns and defensive. And the top bar is going to be referred to as our externals. Okay? It'll become a bit more apparent in a second. So what we do is we mouse over each icon, and we're going to use a system which is called a modifier key. So by holding in Alt on your keyboard, whilst moused over the first icon in the middle row, which is our cooldowns bar, hold Alt and press 1. It will then bind that key to that button. Move over to the second icon, Alt and 2, Alt and 3, and you keep going until you get to the end. Yep. Then it's 0, minus, and equals. So yes. Well, I was going to come back to that at the end. I was doing it this way just to get everything set up, and then I was going to speak about custom your keyboard layout afterwards. Yeah, QERF V. Yeah, that's fine. That works really well. So as long as you have the modifier key for Alt mirrors the bottom row, so whatever your first row is, so if it goes up to 5 and then it becomes QER blah blah blah, then that's fine. That's absolutely ideal. The top one, I am going to use Shift as my modifier. So you get Shift 1, Shift 2, so on, all the way through. And the ones down the side is I'm going to do these as Alt and Shift for the one on the far right. So Alt Shift 1, Alt Shift 2, Alt Shift 3, so on and so forth until I get down the far right button. Yes. And then for the one that's inside that, I am going to use Shift and Control. Yeah, for the next one. And hopefully this works. There's one of these combinations that don't work. I don't remember which one. Yeah, it's the same principle. In fact, actually... Yeah, no worries. I'm just changing mine. I'm just changing it to Control on its own. Yeah, I've just changed it to Control because shift control and 0 doesn't work. I knew there was one of them that didn't work. Cool. So that's you then got all your main keybinds, apart from one. Now you won't see it on my screen, but remember we had an extra action bar when we were moving things about. Yes. So I have got that as backslash. So that's the key that's next to shift and Z. So it sits between your shift and Z key, which is the backslash key. That's what I use in there. What you could use is the key next to the number 1, which is called the tilde key. So, but that's your extra action button. Now, this is something that comes up quite regularly in the game. I'm going to move this as well, just so that it's next to my kind of character frame there. So there's times that you'll have special action buttons in certain fights and certain mechanics that require you to click that button, but rather than having to go and physically fucking click it, then use a keybind for it. Happy with all that? It's alright. Yeah, mouse over it, hit escape to remove what's already saved on it. It was a special action button. Remember the little one? So once you've done... Alt-Shift for down the right-hand side, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so then click OK, and that will then save it. Once you've done that, you don't need to worry about any of the other keybind stuff that's in this just now. So you can close the menu and close the window. Happy with that? So we're getting there. Right, the next thing we want to do is we want to start putting your primary spells onto your action bar. The way that I tend to build this up is we use the Hakili add-on, which has got those 10 icons just now running across your screen. We want to open up your spell book and find those spells one at a time and drag them onto your action bar in the order that you can see them on that list. Yeah, just the ones that's on the Hakili just now. you'll find that there'll be quite a few spells that you don't put down to begin with, and we'll work them out kind of later on into it. Unfortunately, there's no way of knowing what some of the spells is. You just need to play Spot the Difference. So you should now have sort of similar to what I've got. I've got 7 spells in order. Yeah, so it's roughly the same number, and you'll see that all the little icons have now got a number in the top right hand corner of it, and that is the keybind number for that icon. So if we now click on the target dummy and we start going through the rotation, and you press your buttons one at a time as you go through it, you'll see that that bar moves across. Now, all we're trying to do just now is build it up till we find a spell that's missing. And you'll see that the bar kind of sometimes will jump between your abilities, and it will refresh the most current spell that you can use. Yep. Yeah, so there's some spells that we've told it just now not to take into account, and that's your major cooldowns, Covenant, and Defensives, and all the rest of it. These are just your basic rotation spells. So if something's on cooldown, then this would be the spells to use to get the most DPS. So what the Achilles trying to do is assess all your spells, all your abilities at once, to say, because this is on cooldown, or it's not on cooldown, this becomes your priority spell. So it's constantly assessing what you've got available based on what we've told it. Now, we've told it not to take into account defensives or cooldowns or Covenant abilities, and also we're only looking at single target. We've forced it to tell it it's only single target. So once you went through your rotation, you should have got to a point where either you've done all the spells, or it's popped up to tell you there's a spell that you've not put on your keyboard yet. And what you'll find as well at some point is that your keys that you're using, you use certain ones more often than not, and you want to kind of move them closer to your fingers, kind of the way you've already been doing it anyway. So this is just to get the spells so that we know what spells that we're using. Okay, happy with that bit so far? Right, hit escape so that you stop attacking, and it takes you out of attack mode. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to Hakili, click on it to change the stance, the display mode, to AoE. Because when we're dealing with more than one target, it's classed as an AoE, so 2 or more targets means that our buttons change slightly. And you'll probably find that there's a couple of spells now that's appeared that you didn't have. And I'm going to stick mines on the end of all this. Does that make sense? So you might not pop up straight away. It might only be after a little bit. So just make sure that you've got it set to AoE. So for you it was to right click it and then select AoE. Yep. Okay, that's good. What you'll notice is on that icon just now is in the bottom right hand corner of it, it will have a number 3 on some of your spells that is in red. And the reason for that is taking into account that you should have 3 targets for it to be classed as an AoE target. So AoE spells will only activate on 3 or more targets. So if we come over to this side and we stand next to these training dummies, you'll see that if you click on this one, it will then detect that there is more than 3 targets, so it becomes slightly different. Happy with that? Also, if you click on the training dummy that was behind us, you'll see that the icons will go red if you're out of range of something, if it needs to be within melee range. So if it goes red, you're too far away. And then you come closer. Happy with that? Right, so that's that part. So we've built up our basic rotation. We now want to go back and tell it, this time, that we're in auto mode. So it'll automatically detect what stance we're in. So if it's either single target or AoE, it will determine on its own which rotation it's going to pick up on. And then once you've done that, we want to turn on your cooldown and your covenant together. Covenant, yeah. And what you should now see is that there'll be a spell or spells that's now sort of popped up in between. So you then put that onto the alt bar. So that's your cooldown bar. And then again, you start going through your rotation and making sure that everything sort of sits where you want it to be sitting. If it's not showed up, then no. Only put out the buttons it's showing. Can you describe it to me? So if you go into your general tab, it might be in there. It might be an ability. So Blood Elves have got Arcane Torrent, which is a blue icon. What it might be is a spell that whenever you switch stances, so whenever you get into like Metamorphosis, some of your spells change. So if you just start going through the rotation, it should hopefully detect what you're trying to find. No, no. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that is a trinket. So what we're going to do then, we'll move on to the next part, which is we're going to make a macro. So if you type in /macro, yep. Yeah, /macro, or select it from the game menu. We want to make this a general macro, and you click new at the bottom. You're going to call it trinket 1, so that's the name, and leave the icon as a question mark, because we're going to use, it's called the wildcard effect. It will find what we want it to find in a minute. Yep, and then click OK on that. In the text box, I'm going to copy this over into Discord for you. You want to put that bit of information. Hashtag show tooltip, new line, /use 13. And then once you've done that, save that one. And then you want to create another new one and call it trinket 2. Yeah. And then paste in the same information, except it's 14 rather than 13. So take out the 3, put in a 4. Yes. Yep. And now what you should find is that it's now created macros for the trinkets you're wearing. And if it's got a use function on it, it will then pick up. So what you'll be able to do is go into that macro, drag the icon that's the same as the one that you're trying to find, and put it on your action bar. What I would probably do is put both trinkets onto your action bar. So put 13 and 14 on your cooldown bar next to where you already were. So you should have now your 2 trinkets on that action bar, because if you pick up a new trinket, it will automatically detect if it's got a use function, and then it's already ready to be used. Cool. So that's that part. I've covered that. So what you want to do now is go through your rotation, keep going through it for a minute or so that all your cooldowns have been used, everything is building up, and then we can see if there's anything missing at all. It takes roughly about 3 minutes of combat to work out if you're missing anything, so just keep clicking the buttons, working your way through it one at a time. And like I said, about 3 minutes worth of combat, and we'll know if you're actually missing anything. Right, so that should give you a good idea now if you're missing anything at all. Yeah. That's good. So, let's stand back for the training dummy. Let's hit escape so it puts us into defensive mode. So, there's a couple of your spells that's very similar to mine's that... so, if you look at my screen just now, you can see this big fucking swirly circle thing. So, some of your spells have got the exact same idea as this. I can't remember the name of them off the top of my head. Some of them are little small circles like this, other ones are big ones. In order to... Yep. So what we want to do is we want to make this more efficient, because just now the way it works is you go to cast the spell and then you've got to click on the ground to cast it. Yeah. So what we're going to do is go into the macro settings again, so /macro. And not in the general tab this time. Make it specific for this character, because we only want it for your Demon Hunter. And you want to click new, and whatever the name of that spell is the name that you're going to give the button. So for me, I'm going to use it on Firestorm, because that's the one that comes up for me. And you use the question mark again. And then you want to start it with show tooltip, hashtag show tooltip. And then the next line is /cast space. Yeah, on you go, mate. Not all of it, and I need to make sure I've spelled this right. 2 seconds. Yeah, so I'm just trying to find. I just need to change my spelling. So I'll copy this part. Now what you'll need to do is you'll need to change the end of it, because your spells are different from mine's. So that's what I've got, and yours would then be the spell name in place of it. Once you've done it, if you hit save, the icon will change if you've got it correct. Yes, so whatever the name of your spell is, whenever you mouse over it, so mine's was Firestorm. If yours is Metamorphosis, then you type that in. And you need to make sure you spell it the same way and it's written the same as the game has it. Yep, and then it should change the icon to match your spell icon. If you've done it right. If you've misspelt something, then it will stay as a question mark. So when you started it with what, sorry? I only have the one. Yeah. Delete. So you click new. Give it a name that matches the name of the spell that you want to use it. So for you it'll be Metamorphosis. Leave it on the question mark. Click OK. In the text bar, you are going to put in hashtag show tooltip, and for you, you'll delete that part there. So it's /cast square bracket at cursor square bracket space, and then the name of the spell. So yours will be Metamorphosis. Just make sure that there's a space after it. Once you've done that, hit save, and the icon updates to the spell. Yep, and then the icon should update. And now all you want to do is replace that icon with the one on your action bar. And the one that it swaps out, just fucking drop it somewhere on your screen out of the way. Yeah. It depends on what his talent is, though it might be slightly different. So they're interrupts and CCs. Yeah, don't worry about it just now. It's a crowd control. We'll come back to it at the end. Yeah, not everyone will have the exact same stuff. There will be slight differences. Right. That should probably be... All you need to do is kind of go through your rotation. So you drag it onto your action bar in place of whatever one it was to see if it was there or not. As long as you click the button, it should pop up. The way it works is wherever your cursor is that's where it will cast it. So if your cursor's away at the side, so I'll show you on my screen just now. So mine's is on key number 1. I'm going to put my cursor over whoever that random player is, and I'm going to click my spell. You'll see it's starting to cast, and it's through away off to the side, nowhere near my target. So it's always going to land wherever your cursor is currently sat. So bear in mind, whenever you cast a spell, you always want your cursor to be in and around your targets anyway. Does that make sense? Right, there's a couple of spells that we've not touched yet that we want to kind of get onto your action bar and start building in. So we are looking for something that is to do with interrupting your target. Do you know what your interrupt spell is? So Imprison is CC. It's a crowd control. It's not a kick. Is it? Let's have a look. I'm going to use this to help me. Because I'm going to have to find mines in a minute as well. No, so that's a crowd control as well. So we're wanting Interrupts, hang on. Just bear with me a second, pal. Kicks, there we go. So, as a demon hunter, disrupt. That is your kick ability. So when something has got a cast bar under it that has not got a grey effect on it, so it normally comes up in green, I think, you can use that to kick your target. Now, you'll always hear me referring to kicking spells. So in the raid, I'll tell people we need to kick this thing. That is your kick spell. It's called Disrupt. So I would normally put my kick ability on the very last button, which for me is the equals key. And we're going to do something with these in a minute, similar to what we just done a minute ago, but we need to change it. So that's your kick. You then have what's called single target CC, which I'm going to have a look to see if I can find if you've got one. Imprison. Yep. So I would then go on the one next to it. Your kick, so that'd be on mines, it would be the minus key. Now you may have, I don't know what's fucking days. Okay. So it's a talented one, so it depends if you've got it talented or not. Just have a look through your spellbook. Fell Eruption. Okay, that's fine. So I'm just having a look for my kick and stuff whilst we're doing this at the same time. Just bear with me a second, pal. So that's my kick. Single target CC. I'm just making sure I do mines at the same time so that I don't need to come back to it. So landslide, that's my single target CC. And the next one is AoE CC, which is going to be yeah, Chaos Nova, and also if it's talented, Seal of. So what I would, yeah, I would put them on the bar above, because you've got, yeah, so your alt ones. So the bottom ones is single target stuff, and then the ones above it is multi-target. Does that make sense? Right, so that's us done all that sort of stuff. Now we want to go through your spell book to find out if there's any spells that we haven't allocated to a key and work out where it maybe belongs. And the way that you know if something's missing or not is it'll have a gold bar around it. So if you tell me the name of the spell, I will tell you sort of what we use it for and if it's needed for example. Okay, just give us a second. So, consume magic. So, consume magic is a thing that can remove a magic effect from an enemy target. So, it's a single target dispel. So, I would put that on the 0 key in my case. So, next to your single target, kick, CC, and then this one is going to be to remove a magic. So, it removes a harmful ability off of your target. So, remember we were talking about buffs and debuffs earlier? So, when an enemy that you're targeting has got a magic buff on it, you can remove that magic buff by clicking that spell when targeting them. So, it removes their buff. And there's certain dungeons and fights and all the rest of it that this becomes really helpful to use. Once we get a bit further into this sort of stuff, another add-on that I would recommend having is called Plater, because it makes your nameplates a little bit bigger, and things like this can be easily detected on the plate itself. So another add-on, but we'll not do it tonight, is called Plater. And what it does is it shows bigger icon, a bigger version of the enemy nameplate above the profile. So see how I've got mine and they're all stacked up. It works the same way as this, except it's a lot neater and actually allows you to quickly track if there's a magic effect to take off them. Okay, so that's an external ability which helps the raid or the party. So I would put that on the top bar, which is the shift buttons. What darkness does is it absorbs 20% of all damage for 8 seconds within 8 yards of where you're stood. So anywhere that you're standing, anybody that's within 8 yards of you benefits from that ability. It's one of these spells. Yeah, you can see how it's got that purple effect. So as long as I'm within that, I would also benefit from darkness. And it's one of the spells that we ask people not to use on a raid because it is useful for everyone. And there's times that we need to have things like that for everyone to use. So that's why we keep it away from all our normal spells, because it's an external ability. A bit like just now I've got the Blessing of Bronze, which buffs people in the party for 1 hour. So see how you've got that little icon appeared over your screen. So that's an external ability I've got. So I keep it away from everything else. It's a bit like priest buffs and things and all the rest of it. On my Paladin, I've got a lot more externals because I can put protection and stuff on to use in order to help you. So externals out the way, but you're still within reach to use them if you need to use them as well, because there is times you might need to click it. But generally speaking, in a raid, we don't use it unless everyone's kind of taking a lot of damage. Okay, next one. Your taunt, don't bother with it. Keep it off your action bar. Never fucking use it. No, you're not tanking. There's absolutely no reason at any time you would be taking aggro. Unless it was a specific fight and we had stacked to ask for someone to do so. But generally speaking, you never want to taunt. So Spectral Sight is actually a very useful one for doing mythic keys this season. There is a certain fight that you will use it in Court of Stars to find the imposter. I would put it, however, on the Alt 0 key, so it's kind of out of the way, but it's still easy enough to get to. or whatever your alt key is. So it's down the bottom end of that bar. And if you ever do Court of Stars, there is a fight in there. You do a little mini game. You've got to find the imposter, and you talk to NPCs to find out what they're wearing. Once you've clicked all the clues, you can use your spectral sight to find the person that we need to speak to. So DHs are very useful in that specific part of the dungeon, and that is the ability that you should be looking at. Other than that, you'll probably never use the thing. A vengeful retreat. So it's a talented. Remove all snares and away nearby enemies taking. Remove all snares and so it's a speed sort of thing. Yeah. So I would probably put that as a cooldown. So on the alt bar. Now for me, I would normally have my defensives on alt 7. So whatever the 7th button is for you, that's where I would normally put my defensives. So it's a sort of defensive ability. It takes you out of combat. I mean, you can't take damage, so it's a defensive ability. And you'll find that you will have gaps on your action bars, which is good. It's good to have gaps because it means then that if you need to put in other things like hellstones and cookies and all that sort of stuff, then we can build them in as well. Blur. So blur is again a defensive ability. That means that you take less damage. So I would go on the next one next to it. Yep. Which is perfectly normal. So now what you've kind of got is sort of similar to what I have. You've got your primary action buttons along the bottom from the left. And then coming in from the other side, you've got your single target, interrupt, and kick. And I think you've got something else on yours. Oh yeah, so it removes the single target, remove magic. Then on the next bar, we've got our major cooldowns and trinkets along the first part. And then in the middle is our defensives. And then on the far side is our AOE CCs, our crowd controls and utilities. Yeah. And then along the top bar is our external things that we can use to help people. Yep. So that's most of your spells done. That's your rotation sort of built up. What we now want to do is go back over to Hikili, and again for you, it's to right click it. As you come down, you'll find it's got things like interrupt and defensive. You want to maybe tick them so that it helps you to build that rotation up. So that if you are going to take damage, it will pop up and tell you, look, you really should use that defensive ability. Or by the way, that thing you're targeting can be kicked so that you can interrupt the spell. The next part, within all those settings, there is additional options that you can click on. One of them is to recommend target swapping. So it's like a little kind of black icon with a yellow arrow pointing on it. Yeah, so that's a good one to have as well. And what it will do is, there's no way to really test it here, but when you're attacking something, the little icon on your screen, if it comes up with that icon on the button, just switch target, switch to something else. It won't work on training dummies because it's based around the health of your targets. There will be other things that you can add in as well. These are optional stuff, like things like not to use Metamorphosis, I think is one of them for you, and a couple other things. These are things that you just need to sort of decide if you want to include it as part of your rotation. Like there's times that you wouldn't leap forwards, or you wouldn't leap backwards, or you wouldn't use certain abilities. It's one of those, you've just got to get to know your class at this point to then know what that's talking about. Does that make sense? So whenever you clicked on the drop down, underneath that recommend target swap, there's extra options. Yours will be different for mine because I'm on an evoker right now. And it's just a case of reading what it says and deciding, is that something I want to do? I know that whenever Matty used to play his DH, we removed the spell that caused him to leap forward because he kept fucking leaping into the hole in the ground and dying. So that's just a bit to play about with and spend some time at a training dummy, see what works, what doesn't for your playstyle. So they're optional things for you to play about with. That's the most part. There's a couple other bits we want to put onto your action bars just because we're here and why not. So if you press Shift and P, you can get into your mounts and you can put your mounts then over on the far right hand bar. I put my dragon flight mount on the top one so that when I'm out in that area it will come up. Then underneath that I put a flying mount that I like using, and then I've got a taxi mount under that. So I've got 3 mounts over there out the way. So one for dragon flight, one for being able to fly, and then just a favourite mount that you've got that you like using in the background. And then you can use your keybinds without having to go over and click on them to pick whatever mount you want. Happy with that? Yep. Next one is Hearthstone. Again, I'm going to drag that onto the bottom of that action bar so that it's out my way. But again, it's very easy to get to, and I'll start casting that. The next bar, which is inside this, I would use things like my spells for professions. Okay, it's something you might want to look at getting, because... Okay, well, at some point we can discuss that at a later point. But yeah, so that's what I would use that bar for. There is one more macro that we need to create. And I need to find the name of it. It's this one here. General. So this is one of the add-ons that I got you to get, which was called Hearthstone Auto Macro. The add-on was called Hearthstone Auto Macro. Yeah. Yep. So as long as it's enabled, what you want to do is give it the name that I've just put into Discord, which is Ham Health Pot. Leave it as a question mark, and in the text box just put hashtag show tooltip. Okay, so then drag it onto your action bar. I'm going to put it on the shift keys. So it's not external to everyone else, but it is a life-saving thing. So I've got it. So this, whenever you're taking damage and you need to take you know how we get cookies from warlocks? Actually, do we have a warlock nearby? There was... Where's Slemon? The fucker, he was here a minute ago. He's on Waking Shores. Ogrimmar. I'm going to invite him to the group. Hopefully he replies. Let me see if I can grab Sliming. The what, sorry? The roles on Discord. Yeah, the role. It's my pronunciation. 2 seconds. They are automatically... Yeah, so the automatically update, so it is done through a bot on the server. So on Discord, there's a bot that updates automatically. Yeah. So depending on your in-game rank, depends on your Discord rank, and so on and so forth. So when... so as an example, under the section of crows just now, you've got Draven, Hamadol, Slemon, and Vinny. That is based on their in-game rank. So there's casual raiders, and they have done 30% of raiding in the last 6 weeks. Like said, Dice, Spoonface, Ribber, and Gibby, they're Night's Watch. They have done more than 50% of raiding in the last week. Hands of the King is the guild officers. So Bragg, who's the achievements officer, he takes care of our Sunday social event. Omega is our HR officer. She deals with all our recruitment. Zanir is the bank officer, who looks after the bank. Nog is the raid assistant officer, and then obviously I sit at the top as king. Yep. Yes. So the two of them are linked together. So if you keep coming to raids, you'll move up into the casual raider slot, which is the crows. And then if you do even more with the raid, then you'll move up into the Night's Watch. So I'm just waiting for Sliming to come out and give us some cookies. Yep, there's a couple of little things that we're going to do just before we finish off. Yeah. There's a couple of weak auras that we want to give you that's going to help with some of this stuff. So there you go. If you pick up a cookie, yes. Also, if you've got any health pots in your bag, it will, if you use the cookie, it will then swap it to the health pots. You should keep a small stack of health pots in your bag anyway. It's a really good thing to have. Yes. And if you look in the guild bank, you'll see there's ones in it. However, they are currently not for sale because we're building up a stock of things for the raid. You just need to have a stack of 20, keep them in your bag, and they're really helpful. Similarly, you want to have things like combat potions in your bag as well. But that's something that we'll cover later on. So you'll have a healing potion and combat potions. Now, if I do the ready check on method raid tools, you're going to get little icons that pop up on your screen in a second. So don't click anything, just have a look at it. So you see how it's got those little buttons that's popped up? So those buttons refer to a food buff, a flask buff, a weapon temporary enchant, and an augmented rune. That's the things that you would normally try and use when you're doing high content. So heroic raiding and high keys, so like 15s and above. Does that make sense though? So that's the food, the flask, the combat potion, all that sort of stuff comes under the same thing. The best thing to do to find out what to use is use like Wowhead or Icy Veins and see what it recommends. You buy all this stuff on the auction house. However, only use them just now on keys that are high keys, like 15s and above, or when we're doing heroic raiding. Happy with that? Right, so that takes care. Wait till I just go down the different things. So I'll come back to that on Raider IO. We've got pre-made groups, Achille. We've done here with Hampot. Okay, weak auras. I am going to link you some weak auras in party for you to import into what you're using. You won't need to go into it just now. I am going to link it in our party, and then you can import it. I just need to find what I'm looking for. So you can either click the little icon that's WA or /WA. So I've just linked one in party, and it's called Dragonflight, DF Dungeons. And if you click that, it will allow you to import it. It'll take a couple of minutes to download. It is quite lengthy, but once you get it, it'll work. So what this one does, if you look at my screen just now, you can see these icons. This is an example of what it looks like. So it will come up with things like AoE, incoming, boss encounter begins in so long, or different effects that things do. So a beam that's going to come out from a target, a void, so on and so forth. So it's helpful reminders of what is going to happen during the dungeon. Now, because you've also downloaded an add-on called Shared Media, the shared media file works with the weak aura. And the shared media file, what it does is it will give you an audible thing. So it'll like, shout at you, ads incoming, or get out, or something that helps you with the encounter. Like beam. It's how I know when things are happening, and I will call out certain mechanics as an additional reminder for people. So, yep. So in the party chat, I linked it. So if you click that, okay. Yes, they will only appear and they will only load when you're in a dungeon. So it'll only show up when it's needed. It's a bit like this one here, the auto need and greed one that we use as a guild, which if you're in a guild group, yours will say always pass. If you're in a pug group, always need stroke always greed. So yeah, the next one that we want for you is this one here. So this one will help you with raids. So if you click that, I'll start importing, and whilst it's doing it, I'll explain what it is. So when you're in the raid, if there's a certain mechanic for the raid about to happen, it'll pop up with this little bar over the top of your character to tell you what's about to happen. So things like ads incoming, or to run out, avoid, dodge, frontal, interrupt ads. So all these things that help avoid taking damage and the mechanics of the fight. So to make it a bit easier to know the mechanics, we use these weak auras. Does that make sense? Okay, you don't need that. Court of Stars I'm not giving you. You don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need... You don't need that. You don't need that. And you don't need that, because that's for tanking. Yeah, you don't need that one either. Or that. So that's the two that works with shared media. So the add-on shared media will read aloud and call out in your headset in game to tell you, look, ads incoming, or run out, or whatever it is that it's trying to tell you to avoid or to do. Make sense? Happy with that? Yeah. Alright, so yeah, you can just go into your weak aura and right click on whatever it is and delete the one that's a copy. Okay, so that takes care of shared media. Shared media add-on runs in the background and works with your weak auras to shout things at you, to help you. Raider IO is to... So if I mouse over you just now, it tells me what your mythic rating is. So your current mythic rating is 547. You have done a 7 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds that had 3 upgrades on it. So you've done a 7 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds with plus. So if you look at my tooltip window, you can see it, and it's in that kind of little bit. And I can also see that in the raid, you've done 2 out of 8 and 1 out of 8 on normal and heroic. So this is to help so that you can get into groups on your own when you're doing mythic keys, which we'll explain another night. We'll not do it tonight because I don't want to overwhelm you with stuff. But this is one of these add-ons that will help you get into better groups in the future. So that's called Raider.io. It's referred to as Rio. The same with the the same with the pre-made group filter. We'll cover that on another night as well, because it's going to be looking at groups and stuff. And we've nearly finished with Hakili. All we want to do now is come back into it, bring up your big panel. Hakili, so open it. Go into primary, go into main, the icons show. I am going to take mine all the way down to one icon, because all I want it to show me is one spell at a time what I want to click next. I don't care about 4 or 5 spells ahead. I want to know what is the next thing I want to click. Yeah, no worries. So that should then leave you with one icon in between your profile pictures. Yep. Yep, so that leaves you with one thing on your screen. That's the basics of how to sort of start improving your DPS and whatnot. What you need to do though is you need to start getting gear. And the best way to do it just now is if you press I by default, it brings up your Dungeon Finder and Raid Finder tool. You want to probably be doing heroic dungeons, and sorry, say again. Oh, you won't be able to go into it just now because I'm in the group. Yeah, but what I mean is when we're not in a group, is yeah, and to find what's going to be the better bit of gear for you, you use Droptimizer. You know how to use it, don't you? So that's the one you type /simc to get your data. Copy that, go to the website for raid bots, and then select the option Droptimizer, paste your data in, and then you would go through the process of telling it what dungeon. Now I can't do it on mine because this is a 70, but if you're doing heroic dungeons, click heroic dungeons, select the one that you're doing, or all dungeons, so that it sims it, so that you then find what gear's going to be good for you. Once you've got your gear sort of up at 3-7, once essentially everything's up at heroic level, then that's you done everything you can from heroics. Remember, do the LFR, that's looking for raid, which you find in Raid Finder. and within it there'll be a drop down for it. So I can't do it just now because I'm not a 70. And yeah, so yes, you can do the looking for raid, and there's 2 options for this week. You would select both of them. Once a week, go in and clear the full raid. And it will tell you what bosses you've already killed. If it's in red, you've already done it, so you can't get any loot from it. But once a week, go through the raid on Raid Finder. So not the guild raid, it's known as LFR, looking for raid. Once you've got your gear to that sort of level, then that's when you want to start looking at doing keys. So you need to kind of get to that point first. Now this takes us on to our next part. So everything we've done so far has been about building your character for raid. So the talents that we used was raids. Bearing in mind we want to switch, when you're doing keys, into your mythic stance. And this is where all your action buttons are probably going to have changed as well. Which means you get the joyful task of doing the exact same thing, except for mythic. It's good practice. Yeah. Like it says, it's good practice for you to do it and get used to it. Because what you might find is there's an extra spell in your mythic build that wasn't in your raiding build. Yep, that's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you at that so that you can play about with it. If you've got any questions, come and grab me. I'll be up in King's Landing. And yeah. Yes. You could, however, your gear is very low to be doing and asking people to do that key with. What is better to do is get your gear up and then start doing keys once you've got your gear from the heroic and the LFR. Heroic and LFR just now until you get your gear up. Once you get your item level, sort of, wait to find it. Raid inspect. So once you get to sort of item level of, it's not on this character. Yeah, it's sort of 372, I think it is. Hang on, actually, can I? Nope, wrong one. Shift I. Oh, nope. J. Yes. Dungeons, Dragonflight Academy, heroic loot. So once you kind of get 395 heroic gear on 359, which is heroic. So if you look at your character, you press C. I'm going to inspect you, it'll be easier. Yeah, so, but if you look through your gear, so your headpiece is currently 356. Your shoulders is 346. So what you want to do, yeah, exactly. So what you want to do is kind of find gear that's going to be better for those. So as a minimum, you want to have 359 items on anything that's less than that. Does that make sense? So you do that for it's called farming heroics. You go into heroics and you get everything that you can get using Droptimizer to find your upgrades that you're looking for. Spend the afternoon or the evening going through heroics. Get to know the dungeons that way as well. Practice it, and practice it. The weak orders should help with the mechanics, and Hikili should help with your rotation. And the more that you do the dungeons, watch what other people are doing, the more that you'll pick up from it. Then when you start doing mythic keys, they'll be a lot easier. And don't forget to do the LFR. Please do LFR before reset, which is tonight. So do the... That's because I'm in a group with you. Let me just leave the group. So yes, so there's 3 bosses in both parts, and it's actually a really good way for you to learn and put into practice the stuff that we've been doing on our raid nights. So the stuff that's in the LFR is easier versions of what we're doing, which means that it gives slightly lower gear, but will give you the option and the ability to practice what we do in the raid. Does that make sense? So go do the 2 parts of the raid. It'll take you about an hour to do them. And then once you've done that, then go and spend some time doing heroics. Yeah, some heroic dungeons. Just remember that you need to change your stance from raid to mythic depending on what you're doing. Does that make sense to you? So if you're going to go and do LFRs, change your build over to your raiding build. When you're doing dungeons, change it to your mythic build. No, so the key is specific to you. Only you can use your key. What you can do is you'll get a new key on Wednesday, sort of a different key value and a different dungeon. And once we know what keys people have, then we can work out what groups are going into on Monday. So our Monday mythic keys is when we'll use them, and we might use yours. Yes. Yep. So have you filled out the form yet, or are you just... Yep. So what that does is I will have a copy of that. If you give me a second, I'll bring it up on the screen. So, oh, okie doke. No worries. So let's have a look. Yeah, I can see you've filled it out. So what I can do is I can go in and I can get to your name on the list. So what you've told me is that your main character, which is Alaska, your DPS, which is right, you've put in an off-spec of DPS. You actually don't have any, but that's fine. The part down the bottom, which is the times in that, is only an idea. Now, you've put in that you're available Fridays, Sundays and Mondays. What will happen is there is currently 14 people that has showed that they're interested in this. So if I do it as a summary. We have got 3 tanks, 2 healers and a handful of DPS. What we're going to do is we're going to pick random teams to put people in. So we will form, it'll be 2 groups to begin with, simply because of how many healers we've got. And there'll be tanks and healers and DPS allocated to groups. It's then up to those groups to work together and do keys as a group. And it's nothing to do with the guild events. It's nothing to do with like the Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Sunday stuff that we do. Each group will have to talk to each other and their other group members to start working on keys. And yes, so it's to help build communication, but to help you get gear and do keys without having to join a pug group to get better gear. Yep. So in terms of alts in the guild, if you want to use your alt for anything, then you're more than welcome to. But for anything that is to do with the mythic dungeon groups that we've just been talking about, or any of the guild events, we only allow for main characters. So in your case, it'd be your DH to be used in it. Anything outside of that you want to do, like pug stuff or ask in guild for folk to join in with things, that's where you would use your alt. But the guild will always focus on main spec over alt spec. And that's because we want to be getting into higher content. We want to get to a point that we're doing heroic raiding and potentially even mythic raiding at some point in the future. Is he in our guild? No, he's not. I thought he was for a second. So we'll only ever look at using main spec things for a lot of stuff. Does that make sense? Yes. And that shows that we are always working at getting you better gear on that character, rather than trying to gear up all your characters, because then it becomes unfair on everyone else. If you want to change your main, you're welcome to do so. However, you need to talk to me first about it, because I need to. Yeah. Okay. So if you do want to change your main spec over to the warrior, for the example, then it's something that we would consider and allow for you to do. But once you change, then there's no swapping back to the DH sort of thing. So it's not a case of, oh, I really want to play my warrior this week, so therefore I'll start playing it. It's... Yes. And again, this is so that it doesn't become unfair on people that focus all their efforts into a class and building it up and getting geared, because we want to make sure that we are always driving towards the same common guild goal. So we're all doing one big thing, which is getting everyone into the best raid, the best dungeons for mythic keys as we can as a guild and as a community, opposed to having 5 or 6 characters and I really want to play this one this week, but next week I want to do that and I want to do this and I want to do that. Like, we try and keep it so that we are focusing on one thing as a guild, and the alts are fun things. So the likes of the Sunday event, Sundays is our social event and any character can come along to it. So if we're doing achievements or transmog runs or mount runs, then you can bring any one of your alts to it. But any major events, which is the Monday, the Wednesday, yeah, so the mythics and the raids on the Wednesday, Thursday and Monday, is always main character events. Sunday, social, have fun, bring what you want. If you want to do things on your alt and you want to ask the guild to jump in on it, again, you can use your alt for that. But anything that's current content, raiding and mythics, priority will always go to your main character. Unless it's a special circumstance. And I'm going to use Ribber as an example. So Ribber had his rogue as his main in the guild, but we were short of healers, and he has switched to playing an alt, which is his druid. So that's the only sort of times that I might allow for an exception to it, because we needed an extra healer, and he was willing to do that, and his attendance on raids has been really good, and he's been able to demonstrate on his main character, which is his rogue, that he's a valuable asset to us progressing. So unless it's an exceptional circumstance, we wouldn't normally allow an alt to take part in that stuff. We would normally favour the main. But you can change your main, but it's the same thing. You need to have a hard think about it, because we don't swap back and forwards every other week. Sorry, say that again? Yes, so Nog's main in the guild, so because he's an officer, same as Bragg, Omega, and Zanir, they have got one alt and one main that I have turned around and says, yes, that main and that alt can come along to different events. So Nog has got his Paladin, which is his raid main and the guild's main, and his personal main character, which we deem as an alt, is his Hunter. If we have got space for his Hunter to take part in something, then we'll allow it, because he's one of these people that's always at raids and always doing stuff, and he's an officer, and as part of the privilege of being an officer, we allow for him to have two main characters. Same as Bragg, he's got his Hunter and his Warrior. Omega's got her Priest and her Druid, and Zanir has got her Shaman and her Warlock. So officers get to have two main characters. And again, that's because they've been with the guild for a long period of time, and they do a lot of stuff in the background to sort of make things happen. All good, pal? Cool. I'll leave you to it. Yeah, you as well. Like I says, maybe in about a week's time, I'll go over a couple other things with you to try and sort of build up a little bit more. But for the time being, go and play about in the LFR before tonight's reset happens, and then happy days. Once you've then finished with that, go and do some heroics. Keep doing heroics and LFR on a weekly basis till you don't get any rewards from both of them. Also, asking guild, turn around and say, guys, I'm about to go and do an LFR. Who wants to come? I'm about to do heroics. Would anybody like to join me? You'll probably find that a couple of folk will join you and help you. And if they've got better gear and they can trade it with you, they will do. Especially those that you see on Discord just now. So whether that be Himadol, Gibby, Draven, if you ask it in guild chat or even on Discord, I'll do it in game though, because if you're doing it here and now, folk will see it in game than they will over Discord. And yeah, look, just ask for help when you need it and people will come along. But this should sort of help, like I says, with the mechanics. So hopefully if you're in an LFR just now, that bar's popping up telling you avoid, kill ads, do whatever. And cool. Happy days, pal. Right, I'm going to jump up and say hello to everyone else, see what they're up to. Cool. Is Brad getting killed? How are you getting on anyway? Are you doing keys or something? Cheers, Bragg. Well, mirror image is classed as a mitigation. Just remember you've got the shades as well. There was an add-on. It was a Recore actually. We've been using last season. It was really good actually. Like the guy that built it was fucking really powerful. But this year he never updated it for the current expansion, except for in German. And whenever it was like calling shit out, I'm like, I've got fucking no idea what you're trying to tell me now. I need to go and look at it. It's a week order, but it was like a dungeon pack and raid pack, and it was really well built. Like the layout of it was really clean. It worked with the add-on. He had his own add-on actually for the voice pack, so he had a custom voice pack built with it as well. And it was just really well done overall. He'd done it for season 4 as an English version of the last expansion, but that was the last time he updated it for English. He's got no plans to do it again. It's like, no, it was so good. Oh, the one that I linked earlier. Oh fuck. Yeah. Yeah, you just need the one. Pick a voice you like and stick with it. There's one that sounds like a little kid screaming at you, and it's like, that's just creepy. Yeah. It's one of these things that once you set it up, it's actually really helpful. Because then you know, like, whenever certain people are using their major cooldowns. So, like, as a tank, I've got it spec'd for knowing when taunt gets used and other bits and pieces, like externals that you guys use. But for the most part, you don't need to track things like PI, for example, or any other like big things. But you might want to track things like innervate whenever it's been cast on you. But I don't know what that is that's popping up at the corner of your screen. Remind me and I'll tell you after this. It's a weak order that's coming from Method Raid Tools. Yeah. So the Method Raid Tools doesn't detect encounters. So regardless of what encounter you're ever in, it'll always try and run the mechanic. In fact, you can turn it off just now. See if you go into your Method Raid Tools. Go into Notes. And that note that's in there just now is just delete it. Yeah. So if you just click it and then select all of it, all the text in that box, yeah, and then delete. That should hopefully get rid of it if you're happening. And do the same with your personal notes. Have you just fucking leaped to your death again? Oh man. I did. I've not leapt off it. I didn't leap off anything. Yeah, I've not heroic leaped because I don't have a warrior. Yeah. It wasn't me. Right. I am going to take a break from the computer because my knees are getting stiff and I'll be back shortly. Cool. Sorry I taken so long. I was trying to sort out some shit. Guild news. So it shows Bragg doing an 11. 23% over. So Bragg, Ruber, Draven, Gibby, and Heimdall. It's pretty cool. I want to delete that. So somebody's asking about Blue Dragon. So that was a Talon recipe. I'm just going to reply to give you on this. Snow. Right. I need to. I can't fucking hear you, by the way, you pile of stalkers. On that note, then, since you're not AFK, there's somebody trying to do role assignment. Maybe you could deal with them. Right, create that event. Oh, create that event. All right. That's an interesting idea. So our guild offers you to join in VIP run of heroic or normal raiding. All items dropped during the raid will be yours. Complete your tier set. Receive all tokens and BOE items. Make request to book your spot. Oh, they're using a website. Hello, that's an interesting thing. I wonder how they done that. How did they create an invite list? So you can have a maximum of 50. I wonder how they've filtered that. Hmm. Hmm. I probably should change the name of that event. Guilds of WoW. And yes, I know nobody can see what I'm doing. There's a reason for it. You're just getting fucking thin eyes, dickhead. Right, so I was trying to Warcraft logs, and then I want to go into tags, which is probably in the settings. Somebody's standing in shit. Right. Just need to finish updating these events. So that was that log file for keys. Right. Oh man. Right. I think what I need to do. my next task is to try and solve I need to do the groups on Rio. It's my last thing to get sorted. God, I'm down at 4 FPS. Oh, we're back up to 30. I'm going to stop watching it because it's not gone. Yeah. That's that one done. Right. There's folk in the guild doing keys and stuff. I am actually going to go and do my own keys. More because I want to play about with something. Actually, I really should do the quest line. But before that, I'm going to end the stream. I will be back on tomorrow for raiding with the guild, and we'll take things for them. Hopefully folk that has watched along. If you need to go and refer back to the setup of a character, how to do it using the standard UI, how to do Akili, all the rest of it, check out YouTube. There is a video that's on YouTube that you can watch it. I need to fix my YouTube channel as well though. But anyway, hopefully it's helpful. Hopefully I'll catch you tomorrow, and hopefully you have a good night. Till then, take care, and laters.